never trimmed a wick at 3 in the morning, while a North Atlantic gale tried to peel the lantern room off its bolts. I have never stood in the gallery of a rock station 12 miles from shore and watched the Fresnel lens throw its slow, revolving blade of light across water so black it might as well have been the edge of the known universe. But I have stood at the base of enough decommissioned towers, in enough countries, on enough headlands where the whitewash has gone grey and the fog signal house stands padlocked and silent, to understand that lighthouses are not what we think they are. They are not postcards. They are not metaphors waiting patiently for poets. They are not quaint relics of a simpler maritime age. They are arguments made in stone and iron and fire, and, later, in glass so precisely cut that it could gather the feeble glow of a single oil lamp and hurl it 20 miles across the sea. Arguments about where civilization ended and the darkness began, about which nations valued their merchant fleets enough to bankrupt themselves illuminating the coast, and about the quietly audacious belief that you could hold a flame up against an ocean and call one side safety. So dim the lights if you would. Turn on a fan perhaps, or settle into whatever cocoon of blankets and pillows you've assembled for the occasion. We are going to spend some time in the company of towers. Towers that stood on headlands and reefs and harbour mouths on every inhabited continent, tended by people whose names were rarely recorded. Built by engineers whose genius was expressed not in galleries but in the survival rate of ships passing a particular stretch of coast in November, and commissioned by authorities who understood, sometimes reluctantly and almost always belatedly, that the sea would keep collecting vessels until someone bothered to light the rocks that were doing the collecting. The lighthouse was never just a tower with a light. It was 1,000 decisions made in stone and fire, and desperation decisions about where the safe water ended and the killing rocks began, about which empires valued their merchant fleets enough to bankrupt their treasuries, lighting the coast against them, and about the audacious, possibly delusional conviction that you could project a nation's authority into the night itself by building a tower at the water's edge and setting it burning. Every lighthouse that ever stood was a negotiation between human ambition and elemental indifference. The sea did not care about the light. The rocks did not notice the tower. The fog did not pause to consider the beam cutting through it. But the ships noticed. The mariners noticed. The families in port towns who waited for vessels that might or might not return noticed. And for 3,000 years, give or take a few centuries of darkness when the lights went out and nobody could be bothered to relight them, humanity kept building these towers, kept climbing their stairs, kept feeding their flames, kept polishing their lenses, and kept standing watch through nights that had no audience except the sea. The darkness around their beams now is not emptiness. It is the accumulated silence of every civilization that lit, maintained, abandoned, and relit them, finally resting. And if that silence is where you'd like to rest tonight, you are welcome here. The light is turning. The keeper is long gone. But the tower remains, and it has stories enough to carry you gently into sleep. The fire on the headland, the lineage of the lighthouse is staggering, and it begins not with architecture but with terror. Somewhere in the ancient world, we do not know exactly where, and we certainly do not know exactly when, and anyone who claims otherwise is selling something a community of coastal people who depended on the sea for trade, for food, for contact with the wider world, decided to build a fire on a headland so that boats returning in the dark would know where the harbour was and, more importantly, where the rocks were not. That fire was not a lighthouse in any sense an engineer would recognise. It was probably a heap of wood or a brazier of coals, tended by whoever drew the short straw or owed a debt to the community, flickering and unreliable, and visible for perhaps a mile or two on a clear night, and for precisely nothing in fog. But it was the idea, it was the seed. And from that seed grew an architectural tradition that would span 3 millennia, encompass every maritime civilization that ever floated a vessel on salt water, and produce structures of such engineering audacity that they would be counted among the wonders of the ancient world. What is remarkable about the lighthouse as a concept is not any single tower but the unbroken chain of intention that connects a Bronze Age bonfire on a Mediterranean headland to a solar-powered LED array flashing atop an automated steel column in the 21st century. The technology changed beyond recognition. The fuel changed, from wood to coal to tallow to whale oil to colza to kerosene to gas to electricity to nothing at all, just sunlight stored in a battery. The optics changed, from no optics whatsoever to polished metal reflectors to the Fresnel lens, which was, by any reasonable measure, one of the most elegant optical instruments ever devised. The towers changed, from rough stone cairns to Roman columns to medieval turrets to the soaring, interlocking granite masterpieces of the 19th century. But the intention never changed. Not once. Across 30 centuries, the intention was always the same. Hold a light where the sea meets the land, so that the people out there in the dark have some chance of coming home. That constancy of purpose is, when you think about it, quietly extraordinary. Most building types evolve in function as well as form. A medieval castle and a modern military base serve related but fundamentally different strategic purposes. A Roman bathhouse and a contemporary spa share a vague ancestry but not much else. But a lighthouse built in 280 BCE and a lighthouse built in 1880 CE were doing the same job, answering the same question, addressing the same ancient fear. The question was, where am I? And the fear was, I am lost, it is dark, the coast is near, and I cannot see the rocks. Everything else, the engineering, the bureaucracy, the institutional frameworks, the optical physics, the labour disputes, the heroic rescues, the quiet madness of isolation was a footnote to that primal transaction between fire and darkness, between the shore that knew where the danger was and the ship that did not. The lighthouse's idea, then, is far older and far more important than the lighthouse's physical structure. Long before anyone built a dedicated tower for the purpose of maritime illumination, the idea that the shore owed the sea a light was already ancient. It was embedded in the practices of Phoenician traders and Minoan sailors and every unnamed coastal people who understood that darkness at sea was not merely inconvenient but lethal. The physical structures came later as civilizations grew wealthy and organized enough to formalize what had been informal, to make permanent what had been temporary, and to entrust to stone and mortar and paid labor what had previously been a matter of ad hoc community obligation. The lighthouse, in other words, became the most quietly essential architectural tradition in maritime history, not because anyone planned it that way, but because the alternative, an unlit coast, was simply too expensive in ships and cargo and human lives to tolerate once a civilization reached a certain threshold of maritime ambition. The fire on the headland was the price of going to sea, and every civilization that went to sea eventually paid it. Number I. The Pharos and the ancient world. If the lighthouse has a creation myth, it stands on a small island in the harbour of Alexandria, Egypt, and it was, by any standard, ancient or modern, an absolute monster of a building. The Pharos of Alexandria. Built under the Ptolemaic dynasty in the 3rd century BCE, construction began under Ptolemy I Soter around 280 BCE and was completed under his son Ptolemy II, was one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. And unlike most of the other wonders, it was not built to honour a god or memorialise a king, or demonstrate the theoretical possibility of hanging gardens in a climate unsuited to them. It was built to do a job. That job was to guide ships into one of the busiest and most commercially important harbours in the Mediterranean, and it did that job for over 1,000 years, which is a rather better track record than most structures built primarily for practical purposes can claim. The dimensions are, even allowing for the inevitable inflation that attends ancient accounts, extraordinary. Ancient sources describe a tower somewhere between 330 and 450 feet tall, which would have made it one of the tallest structures in the ancient world, exceeded only by the Great Pyramid of Giza. It was built in 3 stages: a square base, an octagonal middle section, and a cylindrical top, surmounted by a statue probably of Zeus Soter or Poseidon, depending on which account you trust, and equipped with a fire, and, according to some sources, a great mirror or system of mirrors that could reflect the light far out to sea. The architect traditionally credited with the design was Sostratus of Cnidus, although even this is debated. One ancient account claims Sostratus was the financier rather than the architect, and in truth we are not entirely certain of anything about the Pharos, except that it existed. It was very tall, it was very impressive, and it worked. What makes the Pharos significant beyond its vital statistics is that it gave its name to an entire discipline. The word for lighthouse in French is fare, in Italian, faro, in Spanish, faro, in Portuguese, farol. The study of lighthouses is called pharology. One building standing on one island in one harbour for 1,000 years embedded itself so deeply in the Mediterranean world's vocabulary that the concept of a lighthouse and the name of that island became permanently fused. This is not something that happens to ordinary buildings. This is something that happens to buildings that fundamentally alter how a civilization thinks about the relationship between the built environment and the natural world. The Pharos did not merely light a harbour. It demonstrated, on a monumental scale, that a sufficiently wealthy and organised state could project its presence into the darkness, could announce to every ship approaching from every direction that here was Alexandria, here was order, here was the edge of the Ptolemaic world, and if you could see this light, you were within reach of its commerce and its protection. The tower survived for over a millennium, enduring Roman rule, the Arab conquest, and centuries of Mediterranean earthquakes. Arab travellers in the medieval period described it still standing but increasingly damaged, and a series of earthquakes in the 12th and 14th centuries progressively reduced it to ruins. By the time the Mamluk Sultan Qaitbay built a fortress on the site in 1480, using some of the Pharos' fallen stones as building material, the tower was gone, but it was not forgotten. In the 1990s, French underwater archaeologists, led by Jean-Yves Empereur, discovered massive stone blocks and statuary on the seabed near the site, remnants of the great tower that had toppled into the harbour over the centuries. The Pharos now lies scattered across the floor of Alexandria's eastern harbour, its stones colonised by marine life, its fire long extinguished, its mirror, if there ever was a mirror, dissolved into legend. But every lighthouse that came after it carries its name, its DNA, its fundamental proposition, that a tower with a light at the top, placed where the sea meets the land, is one of the most useful things a civilization can build. The Pharos proved the concept. Everything that followed was engineering. Before the tower, fire on the shore. Long before the Pharos made the lighthouse monumental, the practice of lighting the coast was already ancient and unglamorous. The earliest maritime lights were not towers at all, they were fires. Simple, open, wind-harassed fires built on prominent headlands, cliff tops, and harbour entrances by coastal communities whose economic survival depended on the safe arrival of trading vessels. The Phoenicians, those tireless merchants and navigators of the ancient Mediterranean, are widely believed to have maintained harbour fires along their extensive trading network, although the archaeological evidence is, as one might expect for 3,000-year-old bonfires, somewhat thin on the ground. The Minoans of Crete, whose maritime civilization dominated the Aegean in the 2nd millennium BCE, likely did the same. When your entire economy floats, you develop a keen interest in ensuring it arrives. The Romans, characteristically, took this informal tradition and systematized it with the bureaucratic efficiency that was their particular genius. Roman port lights appeared across the empire wherever trade demanded them. At Ostia, the port of Rome, a lighthouse guided vessels carrying the grain that fed the capital. At Boulogne, on the coast of Gaul, the Romans built the Tour d'Ordre, a lighthouse that survived in some form until the 17th century. At Dover, on the opposite shore of the English Channel, they built a pharos within the walls of the castle that still stands, reduced but recognisable, the oldest surviving lighthouse structure in Britain. And at Corunna, on the Atlantic coast of what is now Spain, they built the Tower of Hercules, a lighthouse that has been in continuous operation, with rebuildings and modifications, for nearly 2,000 years. The Tower of Hercules is, depending on how strictly you define continuous operation, the oldest working lighthouse in the world. It still guides ships into the harbour at A Coruña. The Romans who built it are dust. The empire that commissioned it is a memory studied by school children. But the tower stands, and the light burns, and the harbour it marks is still in use, which is a reasonable definition of success by any measure. What the Roman lighthouse network reveals is an empire that understood, with cold clarity, that controlling the sea meant illuminating it. Roman roads are famous, and deservedly so. They knit the empire together by land in a way that would not be equalled for over 1,000 years. But the Roman coastal lights deserve similar recognition because they knit the empire together by sea. The grain ships from Egypt, the wine ships from Gaul, the tin traders from Britain, the merchants carrying silk and spices from the eastern Mediterranean, all of them depended not just on Roman naval supremacy and Roman harbour infrastructure, but on Roman lights burning at the water's edge to guide them safely. The empire's reach was measured not only in legions and provinces and roads, but in the flames it kept burning, at the margins where land ended, and the unpredictable, ungovernable sea began. And when those flames went out, as they eventually did, when the empire that maintained them could no longer afford the oil or the labour or the attention, the sea reclaimed its darkness, and the ships that had once navigated by Roman light found themselves navigating by nothing at all. The Dark Ages of the Light. There is a grim symmetry to the fact that the period historians call the Dark Ages was, for the sea, literally dark. When the Western Roman Empire collapsed in the 5th century, taking with it the administrative infrastructure, the tax revenues, the coordinated governance, and the institutional will that had maintained a network of coastal lights across the Mediterranean and beyond, the lighthouses went out. Not all at once, and not everywhere simultaneously. History rarely operates with such dramatic neatness, but gradually, progressively, and comprehensively. The lights that had burned at Ostia, at Boulogne, at harbour mouths across the former empire, were extinguished by the simple economics of civilizational decline. No empire meant no imperial treasury. No treasury meant no funds for lighthouse maintenance, no maintenance meant no light, and no light meant that the coasts of Europe returned to the darkness that had prevailed before the Romans arrived, with all the navigational consequences that darkness implied. The centuries that followed were not entirely devoid of maritime illumination, but what light there was came not from dedicated lighthouse authorities. There were none but from the church. Monks in coastal monasteries and hermits on exposed headlands took it upon themselves, or had it thrust upon them by circumstance, to maintain fires or lamps that served as navigational aids for passing vessels. The monastery on the island of Iona, the religious houses perched on cliff tops along the coasts of Ireland, Britain, and Brittany, the hermitages clinging to rocks in the approaches to harbour towns, these became by default the lighthouses of the early medieval period. The monks who tended these fires were not lighthouse keepers in any professional sense. They were religious men pursuing lives of contemplation and prayer, who happened to live in places where the coast was dangerous and ships were in the habit of wrecking themselves. That they kept fires burning, that they rescued survivors when they could, that they became associated in the maritime mind with the possibility of safe passage. This was an accident of geography and devotion, rather than a policy of maritime governance. The darkness of the Dark Ages, when applied to lighthouses, is not merely a convenient metaphor, it is a description of a physical reality. For roughly 7 centuries, from the fall of Rome to the gradual revival of systematic coastal lighting in the 12th and 13th centuries, European seas were lit only sporadically, inconsistently, and inadequately. Ships navigated by the stars when the sky was clear and by dead reckoning and prayer when it was not. They hugged coastlines when they could, which meant they were near the very rocks and shoals that an unlit coast concealed. They wrecked in appalling numbers on headlands and reefs that a single fire on a tower might have made visible. The extinguishing of lighthouses mirrored precisely the extinguishing of the trade networks they had served. When maritime ambition contracted, the lights went out. When the lights went out, maritime ambition contracted further. It was a feedback loop of darkness, and it lasted for the better part of a millennium. The sea, for its part, was unchanged. The rocks were where they had always been. The storms were as fierce as they had ever been. The only variable was the light, and for 700 years the variable was set to 0. The age of commerce and the return of light. The lighthouses came back because the money came back. This is, in the end, the fundamental truth about lighthouse construction that the Romantic tradition prefers to overlook. Lighthouses were built not because kings and merchants were moved by compassion for drowning sailors, but because ships were expensive, cargo was valuable, and the economic cost of losing both to an unlit coast eventually exceeded the economic cost of building a tower and setting it burning. Compassion may have been a factor, as it usually is when human beings do anything decent, but the primary motivator was commerce. The lighthouse is, at its root, a piece of commercial infrastructure. It always has been. The Pharos lit the way to Alexandria's markets. The Roman lights lit the way to Rome's grain supply. And the medieval lights that began to reappear along European coasts in the 12th and 13th centuries lit the way to the Hanseatic trade routes, the Italian maritime republic's shipping lanes, and the increasingly lucrative commerce that was pulling Europe out of its economic torpor. The Hanseatic League, that remarkable confederation of merchant guilds and market towns that dominated Baltic and North Sea trade from the 13th to the 17th century, was among the earliest medieval proponents of organized coastal illumination. When your commercial network stretched from Novgorod to London, from Bergen to Bruges, and when your wealth depended on the safe passage of cargo ships through some of the most treacherous waters in northern Europe, you developed a practical interest in ensuring that the approaches to your harbours were lit. The Hanse cities maintained harbour lights, funded beacon fires, and contributed to the gradual re-illumination of the northern European coastline that had been dark since the Romans departed. In the Mediterranean, the great maritime republics Genoa, Venice, Pisa, Amalfi did the same. The Italian city-states whose wealth was built on sea trade understood, as the Ptolemies had understood 2 millennia earlier, that a lit harbour was a functioning harbour and a dark harbour was a graveyard. The process was slow, piecemeal, and maddeningly inconsistent. There was no coordinated international plan to light the coasts of Europe. Each harbour, each trading community, each maritime power made its own decisions about whether and where to build lights, funded them through its own mechanisms, harbour dues, merchant levies, royal grants, religious endowments, and maintained them with whatever resources and labour it could muster. The result was a coastal illumination system that was, for centuries, patchy at best. A well-lit harbour might sit between stretches of coast so dark that a ship could sail for dozens of miles without seeing a single guiding light. The gaps in coverage were, quite literally, measured in wrecks. But the trend was unmistakable. As European commerce expanded, as maritime trade grew in volume and value, as the economic consequences of shipwreck became more painful, the lights came back. One by one, headland by headland, harbour by harbour, the coast was relit. The direct relationship between a nation's wealth and the number of flames it kept burning along its shores was as reliable as any economic indicator the medieval world possessed. Show me your lights, and I will tell you your trade. The transition from informal, ad hoc coastal fires to dedicated, purpose-built lighthouse structures was gradual and uneven. Many early medieval lights were simply fires maintained on the tops of existing church towers or castle walls, dual-purpose structures where the navigational function was secondary to the religious or military one. The first structures built exclusively as lighthouses began to appear in the 12th and 13th centuries, and by the 15th and 16th centuries, lighthouse construction was becoming recognized as a distinct branch of maritime infrastructure, funded by specific levies on shipping and administered by dedicated authorities. The era of the lighthouse as a formal institution was dawning. It would take several more centuries for that institution to reach its full, magnificent bureaucratic maturity, but the seed was planted in the medieval revival of coastal lighting, watered by the same force that has watered most human progress, the urgent desire not to lose money. Vi, coal, candles, and the problem of fuel. Here is the thing about lighthouses that the postcards and the paintings and the romantic imagination tend to gloss over. For most of their history, they were not very bright. The fundamental engineering challenge that defined lighthouse design for centuries was not how to build a tall tower. Humans had been building tall structures since the pyramids, but how to make the light at the top of that tower visible for more than a few miles in clear weather and for anything at all in rain, fog, or storm. The problem was fuel. The problem was combustion. The problem was that fire, which is humanity's oldest and most reliable technology for producing light, is also one of its most temperamental, and asking it to perform reliably in the most hostile environment imaginable, the top of an exposed tower on a wind-swept headland at the edge of the sea, was asking rather a lot. The earliest lighthouse fires were open coal braziers, metal baskets filled with burning coal mounted on the top of towers or platforms, exposed to the elements. The advantages of coal were obvious. It was relatively cheap, widely available, and produced a good quantity of light when burning well. The disadvantages were equally obvious. It consumed enormous quantities of fuel, required constant tending to prevent it from going out, was at the mercy of wind and rain, produced clouds of smoke that could obscure the very light it was generating, and showered sparks and ash on the keepers who maintained it, and occasionally on the tower itself. An open coal fire on top of a lighthouse in a gale was not so much a navigational aid as a small, angry battle between the keeper and the atmosphere, with the safety of every nearby ship depending on the outcome. The coal had to be hauled up to the top of the tower in baskets, by hand, up narrow spiral staircases, multiple times per night. The ash had to be cleared. The fire had to be rebuilt when the wind scattered it. It was brutal, filthy, and only marginally effective work, and it went on for centuries. The enclosure of the light source within a glazed lantern room was a significant improvement, protecting the flame from the direct assault of wind and rain, but it introduced its own problems. Glass panes blackened with soot. Condensation obscured the light. The heat of the fire cracked the glazing. Ventilation sufficient to keep the fire burning was difficult to achieve without allowing in enough wind to make the flame gutter and dance unpredictably. The search for a better light source led to clusters of tallow candles arranged in the lantern room, which were more controllable than open coal fires but far dimmer, and then to oil lamps, which represented a genuine improvement but introduced the new challenges of oil storage, wick maintenance, and the eternal quest for a fuel that burned brightly and cleanly without producing excessive soot or requiring constant attention. The breakthrough came in 1782, when the Swiss physicist Aimé Argand invented the Argand lamp, which used a hollow cylindrical wick that allowed air to flow both inside and outside the flame, producing a brighter, steadier, cleaner light than any previous oil lamp. The Argand lamp and its various refinements and descendants transformed lighthouse illumination. It was not a searchlight. It was not a laser, but it was a reliable, manageable, reasonably bright flame that could be enclosed in a lantern room, maintained by a keeper with training and diligence, and kept burning through the night with a consistency that open coal fires and clustered candles could never match. The Argand lamp did not solve the problem of lighthouse illumination that would require the intervention of a French physicist with a genius for optics, and we will come to him shortly, but it made the problem manageable. It turned the nightly battle between keeper and flame into something closer to a routine, and routines, unlike battles, can be sustained indefinitely. The flame was tamed. The next step was to make it useful. The Eddystone and the engineering of the impossible. 14 miles southwest of Plymouth, in the English Channel, lies a cluster of rocks called the Eddystone. They are not large. They are not particularly dramatic to look at least not from a distance. At low tide they break the surface just enough to be visible. At high tide several of them disappear entirely beneath the waves. They sit in the direct path of shipping entering and leaving Plymouth Sound, one of England's most important naval harbours. And for centuries they were among the most lethal hazards in British waters, a ship-killing reef lying in wait at the threshold of safety, invisible in darkness, submerged in storms, and responsible for a toll of lost vessels that no one ever accurately counted, because many of the ships that struck them simply vanished with all hands, leaving no survivors to report where they had met their end. The Eddystone Rocks were, by any reasonable assessment, an ideal site for a lighthouse. They were also, by any reasonable assessment, an impossible site for a lighthouse. The story of how humanity built on them anyway is one of the great engineering sagas, and it took 4 towers and the better part of 2 centuries to get it right. The first attempt was made by Henry Winstanley, an English merchant, engineer, inventor, and showman, who was, by all accounts, a man of considerable ingenuity, substantial ego, and insufficient respect for the sea. Winstanley had lost 2 ships on the Eddystone, and decided, with the particular fury of a man whose profits had been personally insulted by geology, to build a lighthouse on the reef. Construction began in 1696, and the tower that emerged over the next 2 years was an extraordinary, eccentric structure, a wooden and iron polygon covered in ornamental ironwork, weather vanes, and candelabra, looking less like a serious piece of maritime infrastructure than like a Baroque wedding cake that had wandered out to sea and gotten lost. But it worked. It stood on the Eddystone from 1698, and its light-guided ships passed the reef for 5 years. Winstanley was so confident in his creation that he reportedly expressed a wish to be inside it during the greatest storm that ever blew. On the night of the 26th of November, 1703, he got his wish. The great storm of 1703, the most severe tempest recorded in British history, struck the English coast, and when dawn came, the Eddystone lighthouse was gone. Every timber, every iron bolt, every ornamental weather vane had been swept away. Winstanley was inside. His body was never found. The rocks, for their part, continued their work without interruption. The first ship to wreck on the unlit Eddystone after the lighthouse's destruction struck the reef before the news of its loss had reached Plymouth. The second Eddystone lighthouse was built by John Rudyard, sometimes spelled Rudyard, a silk merchant turned engineer, and completed in 1709. It was a simpler, sturdier structure than Winstanley's, a conical wooden tower sheathed in planking, anchored to the rock with iron bolts. It stood for 46 years, a respectable tenure for any building, and an extraordinary one for a wooden structure bolted to a wave-swept reef in the English Channel. It was destroyed, not by the sea, but by fire, on the night of the 2nd of December, 1755, when the lantern ignited the tower's wooden structure. One of the keepers, Henry Hall, reportedly looked up during the fire and had a quantity of molten lead from the roof drip into his open mouth. He survived the night but died 12 days later. A post-mortem examination found a flat oval piece of lead weighing over 7 ounces in his stomach, which was preserved and donated to the Royal Society, where it presumably remains. A peculiar memorial to the hazards of lighthouse keeping and the inadvisability of looking up during a structural fire. The third Eddystone lighthouse was the one that changed everything. John Smeaton, a Yorkshire engineer who would later be recognised as the father of civil engineering in Britain, designed a tower of interlocking stone blocks, granite and Portland stone, fitted together with dovetail joints and hydraulic lime cement, shaped like the trunk of an oak tree, with a broad base tapering to a narrow top. Smeaton's tower, completed in 1759, was revolutionary. It established the template for every rock lighthouse built thereafter, a solid, tapering, stone or concrete tower, its blocks interlocked so that the force of the waves was distributed through the structure rather than against it, its form designed not to resist the sea by brute strength, but to deflect it by geometry. Smeaton's Eddystone stood for over 120 years, until it was replaced in 1882, not because the tower had failed, but because the rock beneath it had been eroded by the sea. The upper portion of Smeaton's tower was dismantled and re-erected on Plymouth Hoe, where it stands today as a monument to the engineer who taught humanity how to build on the impossible. The fourth Eddystone, designed by James Douglas and completed in 1882, still stands on the reef, automated now, its keepers long gone, its light a modern electric lamp. 4 towers across 2 centuries, 3 of them destroyed or made obsolete, 1 engineer killed by his own confidence, another keeper killed by molten lead, and the reef itself, unchanged patient, submerged, indifferent to everything except the hulls of ships and the foundations of towers. The Eddystone saga is not merely a story of engineering progress. It is a story of the sea saying no, repeatedly, emphatically, and with lethal conviction, and of human beings answering yes with increasing competence until the answer finally stuck. V. The Fresnel lens, the invention that changed the night. In 1822, a French physicist named Augustin Jean Fresnel did something that generations of lighthouse engineers, lighthouse keepers, and maritime authorities had been trying to do since the Pharos of Alexandria first cast its light across the Mediterranean. He made the lighthouse genuinely bright. Not bright in the qualified provisional sense of brighter than it was before, which admittedly is not saying much. Bright in the absolute sense. Bright enough to be seen for 20 or more miles across open water. Bright enough to transform the lighthouse from a faintly glowing candle in the dark, visible at close range, hopeful at medium range, and essentially useless at the distances where mariners most needed guidance, into a rotating blade of light that cut across the sea with an authority that the ancient builders of the Pharos could only have dreamed of. Fresnel did this not by inventing a better flame, but by inventing a better way to use the flame already there. The Fresnel lens, in its full first-order configuration, is one of the most beautiful scientific instruments ever created. And I use the word beautiful with full awareness that it is a word documentary. Scripts are generally advised to deploy sparingly, but there is no other word for it. A first-order Fresnel lens stands approximately 12 feet tall and 6 feet in diameter. It consists of a central belt of curved glass panels, the dioptric portion that refracts the light from the lamp at the centre into a horizontal beam, surrounded above and below by concentric rings of glass prisms, the catadioptric portion that capture the light that would otherwise escape upward and downward and redirect it, through a combination of refraction and total internal reflection, into the same horizontal beam. The result is that nearly all of the light produced by the lamplight, that in any other arrangement would have radiated wastefully in every direction, is captured, gathered, focused, and projected outward in a narrow, intensely concentrated sheet of light. A single oil lamp, which without the lens might be visible for a few miles at best, becomes visible for over 20 miles. The mathematics behind the lens are elegant. The glass itself, when lit from within, refracts the lamplight into prismatic rainbows that dance across the lantern room walls. The engineering required to grind and polish hundreds of individual glass elements to the precise curvatures demanded by the optics was, in the 1820s, at the very limit of French glassmaking capability. The whole assembly, weighing several tons, was mounted on a clockwork mechanism that allowed it to rotate slowly around the lamp, producing the distinctive flash pattern, the character that identified each lighthouse to navigators. Fresnel himself was a figure of genuine scientific brilliance, a man whose contributions to the wave theory of light extended far beyond lighthouse optics and into the fundamental physics of how light behaves. He was also, in the manner of many brilliant individuals who accomplished transformative work in their 30s, not given much time to enjoy it. Fresnel suffered from tuberculosis for much of his adult life and died in 1827 at the age of 39. Just 5 years after the first practical application of his lens at the Cordouan lighthouse on the French Atlantic coast. He lived long enough to see his invention begin to transform maritime illumination, but not long enough to see it adopted worldwide, which it eventually was, becoming the standard lighthouse optic for over a century and a half, and remaining in use in many lighthouses to this day. The Fresnel lens was classified into orders, from first order, the largest, used in major coastal lights, through sixth order, the smallest, used in harbour lights and minor beacons. The size decreased with each order, as did the focal length and the effective range of the light. A first order lens was a monumental piece of apparatus, dominating the lantern room it inhabited. A sixth order lens was compact enough to fit on a table. Between these extremes, the various orders served different purposes and different locations. A graduated system of illumination that allowed maritime authorities to match the power of the light to the importance of the hazard it marked. The lens that Fresnel gave to the world did not merely improve the lighthouse, it reinvented it. Before Fresnel, a lighthouse was a structure that held a flame aloft and hoped for the best. After Fresnel, a lighthouse was a precision optical instrument that captured light and deployed it with mathematical exactitude. The towers were the same, the keepers were the same, but the night itself was different, because the light now reached into it with a power and a range that the darkness could not swallow. Fresnel turned towers into stars, and the stars, for the first time, had names. Ix, the keepers. Now we come to the people. We come to them, as history itself came to them, somewhat belatedly and with insufficient gratitude, for every lighthouse that ever stood on headlands and harbour mouths, on wave-swept reefs and cliff edges, on the shifting sandbars of estuaries and the volcanic outcrops of oceanic islands, someone had to tend the light. Someone had to climb the stairs. Someone had to trim the wick, fill the oil reservoir, polish the lens, wind the clockwork mechanism that rotated the optic, record the weather in the logbook, fire the fog signal when visibility dropped, hoist the storm cone when a gale was forecast, and, in between these duties, endure the isolation, the monotony, the confinement, and the low-grade existential dread of being the only waking person for miles in every direction, responsible for a flame that 100 ships might be steering by, in a tower that the sea was methodically trying to destroy. These were the lighthouse keepers. They were, as a class of workers, among the most isolated, least celebrated, and most psychologically tested individuals in maritime history, and they did their work for centuries with a quiet, mostly uncomplaining competence that deserves more recognition than it has received. The daily routine of a lighthouse keeper was governed by the light. In the age of oil lamps and clockwork mechanisms, the keeper's work revolved around a cycle of preparation, ignition, maintenance, an extinguishing that repeated every 24 hours without variation, without weekends, without holidays, and without the possibility of calling in sick unless there happened to be an assistant keeper available, which on many stations there was not. Before dusk, the lamp was prepared, the oil reservoir filled, the wick trimmed to the correct height, the Fresnel lens and its surrounding glass panels polished to remove any trace of soot, salt spray, or condensation that might diminish the light's effectiveness. At dusk, the lamp was lit. Through the night, the keeper maintained watch, climbing to the lantern room at regular intervals to check the flame, adjust the wick, wind the clockwork mechanism that rotated the lens, and ensure that the light was performing as it should. At dawn, the lamp was extinguished, the lens covered with a curtain to protect it from the sun, whose focused rays, passing through the lens, could ignite anything they touched, which is an irony the keepers were well aware of, and the tower was cleaned, maintained, and prepared for the next night. The logbook was filled with observations, wind direction and speed, visibility, ships sighted, weather conditions, supplies consumed. Then the cycle began again. On shore stations, lighthouses built on the mainland or on large accessible islands, the keeper's life had some of the comforts of ordinary existence. There was often a cottage attached to or near the tower where the keeper and his family lived. There was a garden, sometimes. There was a path to the nearest village. There was post, however delayed. There was the possibility, however infrequent, of human contact beyond the immediate family. On rock stations, lighthouses built on offshore reefs and rocks, accessible only by boat and only in calm weather, the situation was entirely different. Rock station keepers lived in the lighthouse itself, in cramped quarters within the tower, cut off from the mainland for weeks or months at a time, with only one or two fellow keepers for company. Relief, the periodic rotation of keepers on and off the station, was scheduled at regular intervals but was entirely dependent on weather. If seas were too rough for a boat to approach the tower, relief was postponed. There are records of rock station keepers waiting weeks past their scheduled relief date, watching from the gallery as boat after boat turned back in heavy seas, the provisions running low, the isolation deepening, the walls of the tower growing closer with each passing day. The psychological toll was real, and it was significant, and it was, for most of the history of manned lighthouses, largely unacknowledged by the authorities who employed the keepers. Depression, anxiety, alcoholism, and what we would now recognize as symptoms of post-traumatic stress were common among lighthouse keepers, though the language of the era framed these conditions differently or did not frame them at all. Some keepers thrived in the isolation, finding in the routine and the solitude a kind of peace that the crowded, noisy world ashore could not offer. Others endured it stoically, as a price to be paid for steady employment and a roof over their heads, and some did not cope at all. The records contain scattered references to keepers who went strange, who were found talking to the walls, who refused to come down from the lantern room, who had to be removed from their stations by force and replaced. The Flannan Isles mystery, to which we will return in due course, is the most famous unsolved case in lighthouse history, but it was not the only instance of keepers coming to harm in their towers. The lighthouse was a machine for saving lives, and the keepers were the human components of that machine, and like all human components in all machines, they sometimes broke down. Yet the keepers also saved lives, directly and dramatically. The records of lighthouse keepers who launched boats into storms to rescue the survivors of shipwrecks, who climbed down wave-battered rocks to drag half-drowned sailors to safety, who signalled for help when vessels were in distress, who did everything in their power, and sometimes beyond their power, to prevent the catastrophes that the lighthouse itself had failed to avert, are too numerous to catalogue and too varied to summarise. These were not trained rescue personnel. They were lamp tenders and clockwork winders who happened to be stationed on the coast where disaster struck, and who responded with a courage that was no less remarkable for being expected of them by the institutions that employed them, and rarely rewarded by those same institutions in any meaningful way. The keeper who saved a dozen lives in a single night received, in many cases, the same pay as the keeper who had a quiet shift and saw no ships at all. The lighthouse bureaucracies of the world were many things, but they were not, as a rule, generous with hazard pay. Mini-documentary. The Keeper's Midnight. It is 2 o'clock in the morning, and you are the only person awake within 12 miles. You are standing in the lantern room of a rock station lighthouse, let us say the Bell Rock, or the Wolf Rock, or the Eddystone, or any of the dozens of similar towers built on reefs and rocks in the shipping lanes of the world, and the Fresnel lens is revolving slowly around you, its prismatic glass panels catching the lamplight and scattering it into fragmented rainbows that slide across the curved walls of the room like something alive. The clockwork mechanism beneath your feet ticks with metronomic regularity, 1 click per second, driving the rotation that gives the light its character, its unique flash pattern, the optical fingerprint by which every mariner within 20 miles can identify this particular lighthouse and no other. The lamp itself, at the centre of the lens, is an oil flame, steady and orange, and its heat rises into the ventilator above your head and draws fresh air up from the tower below, creating a draught that keeps the flame alive and the lantern room merely warm rather than unbearable. Outside the glass the sea is black. Not dark black, a complete and total absence of light in every direction except where your beam touches it, briefly, in its rotation, illuminating a narrow slice of wave surface for a fraction of a second before moving on and leaving it in darkness again. The sound of the sea is constant, a low, sustained roar punctuated by the irregular percussion of waves striking the tower's base 60 feet below you. You can feel the impact through the stone. On bad nights, in storms, the entire tower sways not enough to endanger the structure. Smeaton and the Stevensons and Douglas built their towers to withstand forces far beyond what any individual storm is likely to deliver, but enough to feel, enough to remind you that you are standing on a column of stone in the middle of the sea and that the sea has opinions about this arrangement. Your duties at this hour are specific and routine. You check the flame. It is burning evenly. The wick is at the correct height. The oil reservoir is adequate. You check the clockwork. It is running smoothly. The weight is not yet fully descended. The rotation speed is correct. You check the glass. No condensation, no soot, no salt spray that might have been driven through the ventilators by a following wind. You make a note in the logbook. 0200. Light burning well. Wind SW force 5. Sea moderate. No vessels sighted. You check the barometer. Steady. You check the thermometer. Cold but not dangerously so. You wind the clockwork, a process that takes several minutes of continuous cranking, hauling the weight back up to the top of its descent, resetting the mechanism that will keep the lens turning for the next several hours. Then you stand at the glass and watch. This is the heart of the keeper's night. The watching. The checking and the winding and the noting are tasks, and tasks have beginnings and endings, and the small satisfaction of completion. But the watching is something else. The watching is the purpose. You are here, in this tower, at this hour, in this darkness, because somewhere out there beyond the reach of your beam perhaps, or within it, or approaching from any point of the compass, there may be a ship. And if there is a ship, and if the ship's navigator is alert, and if the weather is not so foul that the light is swallowed before it reaches the horizon, then your light, the light you have trimmed and fueled and polished and wound and watched, will tell that navigator where the rocks are and where the safe water is, and where, in the vastness of the dark sea, this particular patch of danger lies. You will not see the ship. You will almost certainly not know whether your light was useful to anyone on any given night. The transaction between lighthouse and vessel is, in most cases, a silent one. The light shines, the ship alters course, and both parties continue about their business without acknowledgement. But the possibility of that transaction, the chance that right now, at this very moment, a vessel is correcting its heading because of the light you are tending, is the reason for everything. The tower, the lens, the clockwork, the flame, the logbook, the 2 o'clock climb up the spiral staircase with aching knees and tired eyes, all of it exists for this possibility, and the possibility alone is enough to justify the effort. You make yourself a cup of tea. The kettle lives on the stove in the kitchen 1 level down, and the tea is strong, because weak tea at 2 in the morning is an affront to the dignity of the watch. You carry it back up to the lantern room and drink it standing at the glass, watching the beam sweep its slow arc across the water. The tea is hot, the tower is cold, the lens revolves. The sea does what the sea always does, which is to continue being the sea, indifferent to the tower built upon it, and the flame burning within, and the keeper standing watch at an hour when every sensible human being is asleep. And perhaps, tonight, no ships will pass. Perhaps the light will shine for 8 hours, across an empty sea, and guide nothing and save no one, and be seen by nobody except the keeper who tends it, and the seabirds that occasionally fly through the beam. Startled and white in the glare, it does not matter. The light burns anyway. The watch continues. The darkness has no opinion about whether the light is needed, and the keeper keeps it burning regardless, because that is the job, and the job does not depend on the sea's cooperation or the night's approval. The silence. On the nights when no ships come and no storms blow and the clockwork ticks and the flame hums and the sea murmurs at the tower's base in something close to calm, that silence is the sound of the lighthouse doing its work. It is the sound of everything going right. It is the sound of a coast that is lit, a hazard that is marked, a danger that is named, and a passage that is, for this one night at least, safe enough to attempt. The keeper stands in that silence and waits for dawn, and dawn, in its own good time, arrives, and the lamp is extinguished, and the lens is covered, and the logbook is closed, and the keeper descends the stairs to sleep, while the sun takes over the work of illuminating the world, and tomorrow night it begins again, and the night after, and the night after that. And every night until relief comes, or the weather breaks, or the years pass, or the authorities decide that a machine can do this work instead of a person, and the keeper descends the stairs for the last time and closes the door and does not come back. But that is a later chapter, and it has its own kind of silence. X. Women of the Light. The history of lighthouse keeping, as it is conventionally told, is a story of men, solitary, weather-beaten, bearded men tending flames on remote headlands. This narrative is not entirely wrong, but it is significantly incomplete, and its incompleteness is not accidental, but reflects the systematic failure of historical record-keeping to acknowledge the contributions of women who maintained lighthouses, saved lives, and endured the same isolation and hardship as their male counterparts, often without the same recognition, compensation, or institutional acknowledgement. The women of the lighthouses were not a footnote. They were a structural element, and the lights survived in many cases because they refused to let them die. The most famous American lighthouse keeper was, for decades in the 19th century, a woman. Ida Lewis of Lime Rock Lighthouse in Newport, Rhode Island, was responsible for at least 18 confirmed rescues over a career that spanned nearly 4 decades. Beginning in her teenage years when she took over the duties of her ailing father, and continuing until her death at the station in 1911, she rowed into storms to pull drowning people from the water. She became a national celebrity, received the Gold Life-Saving Medal, was visited at her lighthouse by presidents and dignitaries, and was, for a time, arguably the most famous woman in America. The fact that she was a lighthouse keeper, a profession that was, in the popular imagination, exclusively male, only added to her fame, but it also, in a way, obscured the broader reality. Ida Lewis was not an anomaly. She was the most visible member of a much larger, mostly invisible community of women who kept lights burning. Grace Darling's story is, if anything, even more dramatic and even more instructive about the relationship between female heroism and public memory. On the night of the 7th of September 1838, the SS Forfarshire, a steam-powered paddle steamer travelling from Hull to Dundee, struck the rocks of Big Harcar in the Flannan Isles off the coast of Northumberland, England, during a severe storm. The ship broke apart, and survivors clung to the rocks through the night. At dawn, Grace Darling, 22 years old, daughter of the keeper of Longstone Lighthouse, spotted the survivors from the lighthouse gallery. She and her father, William Darling, rowed out in an open coble, a flat-bottomed rowing boat through seas that other boats had declined to attempt, and rescued 9 people in 2 trips. The act itself was extraordinary, a feat of physical courage, seamanship and determination that few people of any gender could have matched. What followed was a Victorian media sensation. Portrait painters, interviewers, souvenir hunters, strangers requesting locks of her hair. Grace Darling became an icon, a symbol of modest feminine virtue and courage, and the weight of that fame, by many accounts, was a burden she neither sought nor enjoyed. She died of tuberculosis in 1842, at the age of 26. The lighthouse that enabled her rescue still stands. The fame that consumed her has faded into the general category of Victorian heroines. But the coble is in a museum, the story is still told, and the fundamental fact remains. The light was there because the Darlings kept it burning, and the rescue happened because a 22-year-old woman looked out the window and decided the sea was not going to win this one. Beyond the famous names, there were hundreds, possibly thousands of women who served as lighthouse keepers in their own right, appointed and salaried, across the United States, Scandinavia, Britain, and beyond. In the United States alone, women held keeper appointments from the earliest days of the Republic, and the number increased through the 19th century as widows took over their deceased husbands' stations, as daughters succeeded their fathers, and as women were appointed to positions for which they were qualified by experience and competence regardless of gender. These were not honorary positions. These were demanding, physically taxing jobs that required strength, technical skill, and the ability to function independently in remote and sometimes dangerous locations. The women who held them trimmed wicks, polished lenses, wound clockwork, fired fog signals, maintained logbooks, painted towers, hauled oil, and did everything else the job demanded. And they did it while also, in many cases, raising children, managing households, and navigating a professional world that was not designed with their existence in mind. The lights that survived because these women refused to let them die were not a few, they were many. And the historical record's relative silence on the subject tells us more about the priorities of the record keepers than about the capabilities of the women who kept the lights. Shipwrecks and the absence of light. Every lighthouse is a memorial. This is not always obvious. The towers are painted cheerfully, the lantern rooms gleam. The heritage plaques speak of engineering and architecture and the romance of the sea. But beneath the whitewash and the tourist information, every lighthouse stands on a foundation of disaster. It stands where it stands because ships wrecked there. It was built when it was built because enough ships had wrecked to justify the expense of building it. It exists because the absence of light at that particular spot on the coast was measured, eventually and often belatedly, in hulls split on rocks, in cargoes scattered across the seabed, and in human beings who drowned within sight of a shore that they could not see and that could not or would not show itself to them. The lighthouse is the architecture of grief and prevention built on the same headland, and to look at one without acknowledging the other is to misunderstand what it means. The toll of shipwreck on unlit coasts before the era of systematic lighthouse construction was enormous and is in many cases uncountable. We know the famous wrecks because they were famous because they carried important people or important cargo, or because they had consequences that the chroniclers considered worth recording. The White Ship, which sank in the English Channel in 1120 carrying the heir to the English throne, altered the succession of the English monarchy and plunged the country into a civil war. The treasure ships of the Spanish Armada, scattered by storms and driven onto the coasts of Ireland and Scotland in 1588, enriched beachcombers and impoverished Spain. The East Indiamen of the Dutch and English trading companies, massive vessels laden with spices and silk and porcelain, struck unmarked reefs with a regularity that would be comic if it were not so catastrophic. But for every famous wreck, there were 1,000 obscure ones, fishing boats, coasters, small traders, immigrant ships that struck unlit headlands and uncharted rocks and disappeared from the record along with their crews and passengers. The sea does not maintain an archive, the dead do not file reports, and the coasts that consumed these vessels were, in many cases, not lit for decades or centuries after the wrecks that would have justified their lighting. The wrecker tradition, the practice of coastal communities deliberately luring ships onto rocks with false lights in order to plunder the wreckage, is one of the darker chapters in the relationship between coast and sea. And it is also one of the most difficult to assess historically. Wrecking undoubtedly occurred. The deliberate display of misleading lights to draw ships into danger was a crime recognized and punished by law in multiple jurisdictions across multiple centuries, which suggests that it happened often enough to require legislative attention. The coasts of Cornwall, the Outer Banks of North Carolina, and various other stretches of shore acquired reputations as wrecker territory, and some of those reputations were deserved. But the extent of deliberate wrecking, as opposed to opportunistic salvage of ships that had wrecked on their own through navigational error or storm, is a matter of ongoing historical debate. What is not debatable is the moral context. In a world where the coast was dark and ships could not see the rocks, the temptation to profit from disaster was real, and the line between salvaging a wreck and causing a wreck was, on a dark night with a lantern and a knowledge of local currents, alarmingly easy to cross. The lighthouses, when they finally came, did not eliminate shipwreck. They reduced it, dramatically in many cases, but the sea retained its capacity for destruction, and the rocks did not become less solid simply because a light was shining on them. Ships still wrecked within sight of lighthouses because the light was obscured by fog, because the navigator misidentified the light, because the vessel was unmanageable in storm conditions, because human error and mechanical failure and the sheer bloody-minded randomness of the sea conspired to negate whatever advantage the lighthouse offered. But the reduction was real, and it was measurable, and it saved thousands of lives and millions of pounds worth of cargo across the centuries. And if that seems like a cold way to measure the value of a human institution, it is worth remembering that coldness was the language in which lighthouse construction was justified to the treasuries and parliaments and maritime authorities that funded it. Compassion built a few lighthouses. Commerce built most of them. The wrecks that preceded each lighthouse were the arguments that persuaded the money to flow, and every lighthouse stands, in this sense, as evidence that it took an unacceptable number of deaths to make the cost of prevention acceptable. Sigh. The lighthouse builders. The engineers who built lighthouses on reefs and cliffs and wave-swept rocks deserve a fame they have largely been denied, overshadowed in the popular imagination by the keepers who inhabited their towers and the romantic imagery of the structures themselves. These were men, and they were, in this particular branch of engineering, almost exclusively men, which is a limitation of the historical record rather than of engineering aptitude, who solved problems that should not have been solvable, using materials that should not have been adequate, on sites that should not have been buildable, that their towers stand, in many cases, over a century after construction, on rocks that the sea assaults with a relentless, patient fury, is not a miracle. It is engineering so good it looks like a miracle, which is, arguably, even more impressive. The Stevenson dynasty is the most remarkable family in lighthouse history, and, with the possible exception of the Bach family in music, one of the most remarkable in the history of any profession. Robert Stevenson, the patriarch, designed and built the Bell Rock Lighthouse off the coast of Angus, Scotland, between 1807 and 1810, a tower raised on a reef that was submerged at high tide and accessible for construction only during brief windows of low water, in conditions so dangerous that the workers frequently had to evacuate the rock by boat as the tide rose around them. The Bell Rock Lighthouse stands 115 feet tall. It has been in continuous operation since 1811. It is, by common consent, one of the greatest feats of engineering in British history, and Robert Stephenson's achievement in building it established both his reputation and his family's dominance of Scottish lighthouse engineering for the next 3 generations. His sons, Alan, David and Thomas, continued the work. Alan Stephenson designed and built Skerryvore Lighthouse in the Inner Hebrides, completed in 1844, on a reef even more exposed than the Bell Rock, a tower of such elegance and structural perfection that it was described by his nephew as the noblest of all extant deep-sea lights. David and Thomas Stephenson made further contributions to lighthouse engineering, refining optical systems and construction techniques, and Thomas Stephenson's son, Robert Louis, was expected to follow the family into lighthouse engineering, but chose instead to write Treasure Island and the Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, which was a loss for philology but a gain for literature that most people would consider acceptable. The most famous Stephenson, in other words, was the one who refused to build lighthouses. Robert Louis Stevenson grew up among lighthouse plans and engineering drawings, accompanied his father and uncle on inspection voyages to Scottish light stations, and was enrolled in engineering courses at the University of Edinburgh before announcing his preference for fiction over foghorns. His family was disappointed. His career, as we know, turned out adequately. But there is something poignant about the fact that the Stevenson name is known worldwide for novels, and not for the towers that still stand on some of the most dangerous reefs in the North Atlantic. Built by men whose engineering genius was, by any objective measure, at least as remarkable as their descendants' literary genius, but whose audience was the Admiralty rather than the reading public. The lighthouses of the Stevensons saved thousands of lives. The novels of the last Stevenson enriched millions of imaginations. Both are forms of illumination. The family produced both, and that is its own kind of legacy. Beyond the Stevensons, the pantheon of lighthouse builders includes Alexander Mitchell, the Irish engineer who invented the screw-pile lighthouse, a structure supported on iron piles screwed into soft seabeds, making it possible to build lighthouses in locations where conventional stone foundations were impossible, and the Douglas family in England, whose James Douglas designed the 4th and current Eddystone Lighthouse. In America, the Army Corps of Engineers played a significant role in lighthouse construction, and one of its officers, George Gordon Meade, designed and oversaw the construction of several lighthouses along the Atlantic and Gulf coasts before the Civil War called him away to other duties. Meade would become famous at Gettysburg, but before he commanded an army he built lighthouses, and there is something appropriately American about a career that encompassed both the construction of navigational aids on the Florida coast and the command of the Army of the Potomac. The lighthouse builders were not, as a rule, remembered by the public they served. Their towers were remembered, their keepers were remembered. But the engineers who made the towers possible, who calculated the stresses, who designed the interlocking stones, who solved the problem of anchoring a structure to a wave-swept reef, who figured out how to build underwater foundations and resist forces that would destroy any ordinary building, these individuals have largely vanished into the professional literature of civil engineering, known to specialists and forgotten by everyone else. The towers are their monuments, and the towers at least endure. See Trinity House, the Northern Lighthouse Board, and the bureaucracy of safety. The most romantic structures on Earth were built by the least romantic process imaginable. Committees, budgets, government charters, statutory authorities, and an extraordinary quantity of paperwork. This is the paradox of the lighthouse as institution. The tower on the headland, silhouetted against a stormy sky, its beam cutting through the darkness, this is the image that captures the imagination. The committee meeting in a London boardroom, debating the cost per ton of coal delivered to a rock station in the Outer Hebrides, the salary scales of assistant keepers, and the annual budget for lens maintenance. This is the reality that made the image possible. Every beam of light had a budget line. Every keeper had an employment contract. Every tower had an engineering specification approved by an authority whose name the public had never heard and whose proceedings the public would find numbingly dull. And yet, without these authorities, the lighthouses would not exist, because the sea does not build lighthouses and neither do poems. Institutions build lighthouses, and institutions, God help us, run on paperwork. In England and Wales, the institution in question is Trinity House properly, the Corporation of Trinity House of Deptford Strond, which was chartered by Henry VIII in 1514 and which remains, to this day, the general lighthouse authority responsible for the navigation aids around the coast of England, Wales, the Channel Islands, and Gibraltar. Trinity House is one of those venerable English institutions whose age and eccentricity are matched only by their effectiveness. It was originally a guild of mariners, established to regulate pilotage on the Thames. Over the centuries, it accumulated responsibilities for buoys, beacons, and lighthouses, to fought jurisdictional battles with private lighthouse owners who charged excessive tolls on passing ships, and gradually consolidated control over the entire English and Welsh lighthouse network. Today, Trinity House maintains approximately 65 lighthouses, along with numerous buoys and other navigational aids, funded by light dues levied on commercial shipping. Its elder brethren, the governing body, include senior mariners, naval officers, and, by tradition, members of the royal family. It is, in short, exactly the kind of institution that Britain produces with reliable regularity. Ancient, slightly peculiar, quietly essential, and almost entirely unknown to the general public. Scotland's lighthouses are administered by the Commissioners of Northern Lighthouses, usually known as the Northern Lighthouse Board, established in 1786. It was the Northern Lighthouse Board that employed the Stevenson family across 4 generations and oversaw the construction of some of the most technically challenging lighthouses in the world, on reefs and islands and rock stations in the notoriously difficult waters of the Scottish coast and the Hebrides and the Northern Isles. In Ireland, the Commissioners of Irish Lights, established in 1867, performed the same function. And in the United States, the story is more complicated, as befits a nation that likes to reorganize its federal bureaucracy with the same restless energy it brings to everything else. American lighthouses were initially administered by a grab bag of local customs collectors, then by the 5th Auditor of the Treasury, a man named Stephen Pleasanton, who knew nothing about lighthouses and administered them for 30 years with the predictable results. Then by the United States Lighthouse Board from 1852, then by the Bureau of Lighthouses from 1910, and finally, from 1939, by the United States Coast Guard, which absorbed the lighthouse service into its broader responsibilities for maritime safety. The journey from Pleasanton's cheerful incompetence to the Coast Guard's professional administration took over a century, and involved the usual American combination of political patronage, congressional investigations, engineering expertise, and the occasional scandal involving substandard optics sold to the government by a well-connected contractor named Winslow Lewis, whose argand lamps and parabolic reflectors were, by most expert assessments, significantly inferior to the Fresnel lenses that the rest of the maritime world was adopting, and that Lewis's profitable monopoly was delaying in America. France, which had given the world the Fresnel lens, administered its lighthouses through the Service des Phares et Balises, part of the Ministry of Public Works, with an efficiency and a commitment to optical excellence that reflected the nation's pride in Fresnel's achievement. The French lighthouse system was, by the mid-19th century, widely regarded as the best in the world, and other nations sent delegations to study its methods, its optics, and its organizational structure. How nations bureaucratize the act of keeping sailors alive is, in itself, a revealing study in national character. The British preferred ancient chartered corporations with royal connections. The Americans preferred reorganization every few decades, and the French preferred centralized technical excellence administered by engineers. The result, in all cases, was the same: a system that converted tax revenue and shipping dues into beams of light, through a process that involved vastly more meetings, memoranda, and budget negotiations than the romantic image of the lighthouse would ever suggest. Zeeve, the sound in the fog. Light is useless in fog. This is a statement so obvious that it should not need making, and yet for centuries the entire infrastructure of maritime safety was predicated on the assumption that visual signals, flames, lamps, lenses were sufficient to warn ships of danger. They were not. Fog, that damp, grey, impenetrable curtain that descends on coastlines with a regularity that varies from annoying to lethal depending on geography and season, renders the most powerful lighthouse invisible at distances measured in yards rather than miles. A first-order Fresnel lens, visible for 20 nautical miles in clear weather, might as well not exist when the fog rolls in. And on many of the most dangerous coasts in the world, the Grand Banks, the Pacific Northwest, the English Channel, the Baltic approaches fog is not an occasional inconvenience but a seasonal constant, present for days or weeks at a stretch, reducing visibility to nothing and turning every headland, every reef, every harbour entrance into an invisible hazard that ships could encounter without warning. The answer, eventually, was sound. If the light could not penetrate the fog, then something else had to. A signal that travelled through the murk when photons could not, that reached ships by ear when it could not reach them by eye. The development of fog signals is a parallel history to the development of lighthouse optics, and it is, in its own way, equally inventive, equally difficult, and equally tinged with the dry humour of engineers solving impossible problems with whatever materials and technologies were available. The earliest fog signals were bells, large bells mounted on the lighthouse, or on a nearby structure, rung by hand or by clockwork or by the motion of the waves. They were better than nothing, which is faint praise but accurate. The range of a fog bell was limited a mile or two at best, and the sound could be distorted, reflected, or absorbed by the same atmospheric conditions that produced the fog. Ships could hear the bell and still have no reliable way to determine its direction or distance. The progression from bells to cannons was logical if alarming. If a bell was not loud enough, something louder might be. Fog cannons, actual guns fired at regular intervals, were used at some stations, providing a signal that was undeniably loud, but also undeniably violent, expensive in powder and shot, and not ideally suited to the temperament of keepers who were asked to fire explosives every few minutes for hours on end in conditions of zero visibility. Explosive fog signals, charges of gun cotton or dynamite detonated on a schedule, were a refinement of the same principle, and they persisted at some stations well into the 20th century. Steam-powered sirens and horns arrived in the mid-19th century, and by the late 1800s, the diaphone, an air-powered foghorn invented by the Canadian John Northey, became the dominant fog signal technology. The diaphone produced a deep, resonant tone followed by a characteristic descending grunt that could carry for miles through fog and was once heard, never forgotten. The sound of a diaphone in operation is one of the most evocative noises in maritime history. A low, sustained blast followed by a groaning, dying fall, repeated at precise intervals, echoing across a fog-bound coast where every headland seemed to be moaning in some ancient, wordless distress. The keepers who lived with fog signals endured a particular kind of torment. The signals were loud. They were designed to be loud. That was the point. And they were stationed, by necessity, in close proximity to the keeper's living quarters, because both the signal and the keeper were attached to the same lighthouse. The vibration of a diaphone in operation could shake crockery from shelves. The repeated blasts, hour after hour, day after day during prolonged fog, produced a cumulative auditory assault that made conversation impossible, sleep difficult, and sanity a matter of personal resilience. And yet the silence that followed the fog's lifting, the sudden absence of the signal that had been a constant presence for days, was, by many keepers' accounts, equally disorienting. The foghorn had become the background sound of their existence, and its cessation left a void that the ordinary sounds of wind and sea could not immediately fill. They had adapted to the noise, and the quiet felt wrong. This is the peculiar intimacy of the lighthouse life, that even its torments became familiar, and their removal was not always the relief one might expect. XV. The American Lights. The United States came to lighthouse building with the enthusiasm of a young nation marking its territory, which is, in a sense, exactly what it was doing. The first American lighthouse was built at Boston Harbor in 1716 Boston Light, on Little Brewster Island, while the colonies were still under British rule, and from that moment forward, the story of American lighthouses is inseparable from the story of America itself, a nation defining its coastline by lighting it, asserting its sovereignty over thousands of miles of Atlantic, Gulf, Pacific, and Great Lakes shoreline by placing towers at every major hazard and many minor ones, and doing so with a combination of federal ambition, engineering ingenuity, bureaucratic confusion, and occasional spectacular incompetence that is recognizably, quintessentially American. The expansion was rapid. By the time of independence, there were a dozen lighthouses along the Atlantic coast. By the mid-19th century, there were hundreds. By the early 20th century, the United States maintained over 1,000 lighthouses, more than any other nation on Earth, strung along a coastline so vast and varied that it encompassed everything from the rocky headlands of Maine to the sandy shoals of the Outer Banks, from the fog-shrouded cliffs of the Pacific Northwest to the coral reefs of Florida, from the storm-lashed shores of the Great Lakes to the volcanic coasts of Hawaii. Each stretch of coast presented its own engineering challenges, its own navigational hazards, and its own opportunities for disaster, and the American lighthouse system responded with a diversity of designs: tall brick towers, iron skeleton frames, wooden screw-pile structures, cast-iron caisson lights, stone masonry towers, concrete pillboxes that reflected the diversity of the geography they served. Cape Hatteras is perhaps the most famous American lighthouse, and deservedly so. Standing on the Outer Banks of North Carolina, at the boundary between the cold Labrador Current and the warm Gulf Stream, it marks one of the most dangerous stretches of water on the Atlantic coast, an area known, with the seafarer's gift for understatement, as the graveyard of the Atlantic. The current Cape Hatteras Lighthouse, completed in 1870, stands 210 feet tall, making it the tallest brick lighthouse in the United States. Its distinctive black and white spiral-striped daymark is recognizable worldwide. In 1999, the entire structure, all 4,830 tons of it, was moved 2,900 feet inland to save it from the encroaching sea. An engineering feat that attracted international attention and demonstrated, among other things, that Americans will go to extraordinary lengths to preserve a lighthouse they are fond of. The sea that had threatened to undermine the tower had been eroding the shoreline for decades, and the choice was between moving the lighthouse or losing it. They moved it. The tower now stands on its new foundation, still operational, still flashing its light across the waters that earned their graveyard name long before any lighthouse stood there to witness it. Minot's Ledge, off the coast of Cohasset, Massachusetts, has a grimmer distinction. The first lighthouse built on this submerged rock, an iron pile structure, was completed in 1850 and collapsed during a severe storm on the 17th of April, 1851, killing its two assistant keepers, Joseph Wilson and Joseph Antoine, who were on duty when the tower went down. The current Minot's Ledge Lighthouse, a granite tower built on the Smeaton model, was completed in 1860 after years of difficult construction on a site that was accessible only at extreme low tide. Its light flashes in a distinctive 1-4-3 pattern, which has led to its nickname, the I Love You light. Whether this nickname was coined by keepers, by the families who waited for them ashore, or by some later romantic impulse, is unclear. What is clear is that the tower stands on a ledge that killed 2 men and destroyed the first structure built there, and that its light, flashing its sentimental pattern across the dark water, marks a spot where the sea won the first round and lost the second, and where the pattern of the light may or may not spell out a message that the sea is not equipped to read. The west coast lights Point Reyes, Pigeon Point, Hachita Head, and dozens more were built to mark a coastline so fog-prone, so cliff-edged, so relentlessly battered by the Pacific that the engineering challenges rivaled anything the Atlantic could offer. Point Reyes, north of San Francisco, is one of the foggiest spots in North America, and its fog signal ran for more days per year than almost any other station in the country. The Pacific coast lights were often perched on cliffs hundreds of feet above the water, accessible only by winding paths, or, in some cases, by tramways and cable systems that lowered supplies and occasionally keep us down vertiginous slopes to the shore. They were remote, they were beautiful, and they were, by the testimony of the keepers who served at them, among the loneliest postings in the American lighthouse system. The fog came in and stayed. The nearest town might be miles away over rugged terrain. The supply ships came in frequently, and the light burned, night after night, into a Pacific darkness that stretched uninterrupted to Asia. XVI. The lighthouse and the storm. The relationship between a lighthouse and a storm is not a metaphor. It is a physics problem. The forces involved are specific, measurable, and, in extreme cases, beyond what any structure designed by human beings can withstand indefinitely. A wave striking the base of a rock lighthouse converts its kinetic energy into pressure, and that pressure can be enormous. Wave forces in excess of 3 tons per square foot have been recorded at exposed lighthouse stations. The water does not merely splash against the tower, it climbs it. At the Bishop Rock Lighthouse, off the Isles of Scilly, waves have been recorded striking the tower at a height of over 100 feet above sea level. At the Eddystone, keepers reported waves breaking over the lantern room, 133 feet above the reef. At the Bell Rock, the Wolf Rock, the Fastnet Rock, the Skerrivore, at every exposed rock station in the North Atlantic, and beyond, the same elemental confrontation plays out with every major storm. The ocean throws its weight against the tower, and the tower either holds or it does not. The design innovations born from this confrontation are a testament to the ingenuity of lighthouse engineers and the brutality of the forces they were designing against. Smeaton's interlocking dovetailed stone blocks, which distributed wave force through the structure rather than concentrating it at any single point, were the foundational insight. The curving, tapering profile of the classic rock lighthouse, broad at the base, narrowing toward the top, was not merely aesthetic but hydrodynamic, designed to deflect waves upward and outward, rather than allowing them to strike flat surfaces squarely. Cast iron plating, introduced at some stations in the 19th century, added strength to the lower courses of towers that were taking particularly severe punishment. The lantern rooms were strengthened with thicker glass and heavier frames to resist the impact of waves that climbed the full height of the tower. And the foundations, the connections between tower and rock, were deepened, widened, and reinforced as each generation of engineers learned from the failures and near failures of the last. Yet for all the engineering, the keepers were the ones who lived through the storms. The engineers designed the towers and returned to the mainland. The keepers stayed, and when the gales came, the winter Atlantic gales that could blow for days without let-up, building seas that turned the rock stations into islands of spray and thunder, the keepers felt the tower move beneath them. Not collapse, but move, a perceptible sway, a tremor transmitted through stone and mortar from the base where the waves were striking to the lantern room, where the keeper was supposed to be calmly trimming the wick and winding the clockwork and maintaining the light that was, at that particular moment, probably invisible behind a wall of spray and airborne sea. The logbook entries from storm nights at rock stations are studies in understatement. Heavy sea running, tower trembling, glass cracked in lantern room, light maintained. Behind those terse, factual sentences lies an experience that most human beings would find terrifying. The sensation of being inside a stone cylinder that is absorbing the repeated impact of thousands of tons of moving water, miles from shore, in darkness, responsible for a flame that the universe seems determined to extinguish. Every lighthouse is a negotiation between architecture and apocalypse. The architecture is human, deliberate, calculated. The apocalypse is elemental, indifferent, and infinitely patient. And the ocean's vote, as the keepers understood better than anyone, is always final. Mini-documentary. The Wreck of the Forfarshire and Grace Darling, 1838. Let us go to the Flannan Isles on the night of the 6th of September, 1838, because what happened there is one of those stories that lighthouse history cannot tell without, and because it illustrates, in vivid and human terms, everything that the lighthouse represented. The fragile boundary between safety and disaster, the dependence of the many on the vigilance of the few, and the terrible lottery of the sea, which on any given night could demand heroism from people who had expected only routine. The SS Forfarshire was a steam-powered paddle steamer, 400 tons, travelling from Hull to Dundee with a crew of about 20 and 40 passengers, carrying a general cargo. She was not, by the standards of the era, a particularly notable vessel. What made her notable was her boiler, which had been leaking, and her master, who sailed anyway, a decision that the subsequent inquiry would judge harshly, and that the survivors would judge in terms considerably less measured than the inquiry's official language. As the Forfarshire rounded the coast of Northumberland, heading north, the weather deteriorated. A severe gale blew up from the north, driving heavy seas against the coast. The boilers, already compromised, failed entirely, leaving the ship without power and at the mercy of the wind and current. In the early hours of September 7, the Forfarshire struck the rocks of Big Harcar, one of the outer Flannan Isles, and broke apart. The long stone lighthouse stood on one of the Flannan Isles, roughly a mile from the wreck site. Its keeper was William Darling, a veteran of the Northern Lighthouse Board, experienced, capable, and thoroughly acquainted with the waters around his station. His daughter, Grace Horsley Darling, was 22 years old and had lived on the Flannan Islands for most of her life. She knew the sea, she knew the rocks. She knew, with the intimate knowledge of someone who had grown up surrounded by it, what the sea could do in a gale and what it took to survive it. At dawn on September 7th, looking through the lighthouse telescope, she spotted survivors clinging to the rocks of Big Harcar. There were 9 of them, exposed to the storm, soaked, injured, and in imminent danger of being swept away by the rising sea. What followed was not, by the standards of professional rescue services, a sophisticated operation. It was 2 people in a small boat doing something that common sense and self-preservation argued against. Grace and her father launched the lighthouse's Coble, a flat-bottomed, open rowing boat about 20 feet long, designed for calm water and short trips between the islands, into seas that were, by every surviving account, appalling. They rowed approximately a mile to Big Harcar, through waves that threatened to swamp the boat at every stroke, and reached the survivors. William Darling went ashore on the rock to help the survivors into the boat, while Grace held the Coble steady in the swell, a task that required as much strength and skill as the rowing. Because a Coble in heavy seas is not a stable platform but a bucking, rolling, water-shipping liability that requires constant correction to keep from capsizing or being dashed against the rocks. They took 5 survivors aboard and rowed back to Longstone. William Darling then returned with 2 of the rescued men who were strong enough to row and brought back the remaining 4 survivors. 9 people, saved from the sea by a 63-year-old lighthouse keeper and his 22-year-old daughter in a rowing boat. The aftermath transformed Grace Darling from an unknown lighthouse keeper's daughter into one of the most famous women in Britain. The story had everything the Victorian public craved. Youth, beauty, grace was, by contemporary accounts, attractive in an understated way, courage, modesty, and the romantic backdrop of a storm-lashed lighthouse. Portrait painters arrived. The Duke of Northumberland gave her money. Queen Victoria sent a letter. Strangers wrote asking for locks of her hair, and enough hair was reportedly sent to suggest that Grace was either extraordinarily generous or that not all of the hair was genuine. Grace, by most accounts, was bewildered by the attention and uncomfortable with the fame. She had not rowed into a storm for public recognition. She had rowed into a storm because people were dying and she could reach them. The distinction between heroism as performance and heroism as necessity was one that the public, then as now, preferred to blur. Grace Darling died of tuberculosis on the 20th of October, 1842, at the age of 26. She had been famous for 4 years more famous, in her brief lifetime, than most lighthouse keepers would ever be across entire careers. The Longstone Lighthouse continued to operate. The Farne Islands continued to be dangerous. The Coble in which the rescue was made is now in the RNLI Grace Darling Museum in Bamborough. And the story continues to be told, not because it is unique. Many lighthouse keepers performed rescues, many of them at comparable risk, but because it crystallized, in a single night, the essential transaction of the lighthouse, the shore's debt to the sea, the keeper's duty to the sailor, and the possibility that courage, applied at the right moment in the right place, could tip the balance between life and death. The lighthouse enabled the rescue by placing the Darlings where the wreck occurred. The Darlings enabled the rescue by being the kind of people who, when presented with the choice between safety and action, chose action. Both were necessary. Neither alone was sufficient, and the sea, having taken the forfeiture, gave back 9 lives, which was more generosity than it usually showed and less than the 40-odd souls aboard the ship might have hoped for. XVIE, the architecture of solitude. The lighthouse is, architecturally, one of the simplest and most constrained building types in the history of construction. Its requirements are straightforward: be tall, support a light, resist the weather, and house anyone who needs to maintain the light. From these basic requirements, a remarkably diverse family of structures emerged, diverse in materials, in form, in scale, and in the degree of elegance or austerity their builders chose to employ, but unified by a fundamental shape that changed very little across 3 millennia. A lighthouse is, in essence, a vertical line ending in light. Everything else is detail. The round stone tower of the Atlantic seaboard, the image that comes to mind when most people hear the word lighthouse, is the most familiar form. And it is familiar for good reasons. It is structurally sound. It resists wind loading efficiently. Round structures shed wind more effectively than angular ones. And it is aesthetically pleasing in a way that speaks to something deep in the human response to architecture. The round tower says stability. It says permanence. It says, I was built to withstand what the sea can deliver, and I am still here. The great stone towers of the British Isles, of the French Atlantic coast, of Scandinavia, of the Mediterranean, these are the cathedrals of maritime architecture, and their builders treated them with a comparable seriousness of purpose, if not always a comparable budget. But the round stone tower was not the only solution. In the American South and along the Gulf Coast, where the seabed was often soft mud or sand incapable of supporting the weight of a masonry tower, the skeletal iron frame lighthouse became the dominant form, a lattice of iron legs and braces supporting a lantern room high above the water, designed to offer as little resistance as possible to wind and wave, allowing storms to pass through the structure rather than against it. These skeletal towers had a spindly, insectoid appearance that was the architectural opposite of the solid stone drum, and they were not beautiful in any conventional sense, but they were effective, relatively inexpensive, and well suited to the conditions they served. In New England, octagonal wooden towers, often attached to the keeper's dwelling, gave the region's lighthouses a domestic, almost homely quality that contrasted sharply with the monumental stone towers of the British tradition. In the 20th century, concrete and steel produced squat, utilitarian structures that prioritized function over form with a bluntness that earlier eras would have found depressing. The interior of a lighthouse, regardless of its external form, followed a logic dictated by the narrow cylindrical or conical space within the walls. The spiral staircase winding upward from the base to the lantern room, clinging to the interior wall, its iron treads worn smooth by generations of ascending and descending feet, was the spine of the structure. Around it, on successive levels, were arranged the keeper's quarters, the oil storage rooms, the workshop, the kitchen, and whatever other functional spaces the diameter of the tower could accommodate. In rock station lighthouses, where the entire living and working space was contained within the tower, these rooms were necessarily small, circular or semicircular, and stacked vertically like the chambers of a nautilus shell. The keeper climbed from room to room, from sleeping quarters to kitchen to service room to lantern room, in a daily vertical migration that was as much a part of the routine as trimming the wick. The lantern room itself, at the top, was the culmination, the room of glass and iron and light that justified every other room below it. And above the lantern room, the gallery, an external walkway where the keeper could step outside, into the wind and the salt air, and survey the sea in every direction. The view from a lighthouse gallery on a clear day is one of the great visual experiences in architecture, a 360-degree panorama of sea and sky so vast that the horizon curves perceptibly, and the keeper, standing on the gallery with the wind pulling at everything, is briefly the most exposed and most elevated and most solitary human being in the visible world. The day marked the painted exterior pattern of a lighthouse, designed to make it identifiable during daylight hours, when the light was not burning, I added an element of visual drama that was entirely functional in origin, but became, over time, iconic. The black and white spiral stripes of Cape Hatteras, the red and white bands of West Quoddy Head, the black and white checkerboard of Cape Lookout. These patterns were applied not for beauty, but for identification. A mariner who could see a lighthouse but could not read its light character because it was daytime needed another way to determine which lighthouse he was looking at, and the day mark provided it. That these functional patterns also happened to be visually striking was a bonus that the engineers appreciated and the tourists, generations later, would exploit. XVE, the graveyard coasts. There are places on the Earth's coastline where the geometry of ocean and shore, the patterns of current and wind, the configuration of reef and shoal, and the density of shipping traffic combine to produce a concentration of maritime disaster so extreme that the very names of these places carry a freight of dread. They are the graveyard coasts, stretches of water where the sea has claimed ships, cargoes, and human lives in numbers that defy casual comprehension, and they are the places where lighthouses were most desperately needed and, almost invariably, most belatedly built. The Outer Banks of North Carolina earned the title Graveyard of the Atlantic through centuries of consistent lethality. The long, low barrier islands that extend from Virginia to Cape Lookout lie at the convergence of the cold Labrador Current and the warm Gulf Stream, creating confused seas, shifting shoals, and weather patterns of notorious unpredictability. Thousands of vessels have been lost along this stretch of coast. Estimates range from 2,000 to over 5,000. Depending on the time period and the criteria for lost, and the sand of the Outer Banks contains more iron and timber than any natural beach should. The lighthouses built to mark these dangers, Cape Hatteras, Bodie Island, Currituck Beach, Cape Lookout, Ocracoke, are among the most famous in America, and each one was built atop a foundation of wrecks that preceded it by decades or centuries. The skeleton coast of Namibia, a desolate strip of Atlantic shore in southwestern Africa, where the cold Benguela Current meets the Namib Desert, earned its name from the bleached bones of whales and the rusting hulls of ships scattered along its length. Fog, generated by the interaction of the cold current and the desert air, blankets the coast for much of the year, rendering navigation treacherous and rescue nearly impossible. Ships that went ashore on the skeleton coast found themselves stranded in one of the most inhospitable environments on Earth. A desert, waterless and trackless, stretching away from the wreck site with no habitation, no road, and no prospect of rescue. Survival was not a matter of reaching shore. It was a matter of reaching shore and then surviving the shore, which was, in many cases, more lethal than the sea. The Goodwin Sands off the coast of Kent in the English Channel are a particularly insidious hazard, a series of shifting sandbars lying just below the surface at high tide. In the middle of one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world, they have claimed an estimated 2,000 vessels since records began. The Strait of Magellan, at the southern tip of South America, where the Atlantic and Pacific meet in conditions that include some of the worst weather on the planet, destroyed ships with regularity throughout the age of sail and into the age of steam. The Great Lakes of North America, often overlooked in maritime disaster narratives because they are freshwater, have claimed over 6,000 vessels. With November, when fall storms sweep across the lakes with oceanic fury being the most lethal month. What all these graveyard coasts share, beyond their lethality, is a common narrative arc. Ships began wrecking there as soon as shipping routes developed. The wrecking continued for decades or centuries while maritime authorities debated the cost and feasibility of lighthouses. Lighthouses were eventually built, usually after a disaster, spectacular enough to overcome bureaucratic inertia, and the wrecking decreased but did not stop, because no lighthouse can save every ship and no light can penetrate every fog. The lighthouses of the graveyard coasts are the belated response of civilizations that sent ships for centuries before thinking to light the way home the tardy infrastructure of mercy, built on headlands already littered with the evidence of its absence. Zix, mythology and literature of the lighthouse. The lighthouse has been, for writers and painters and storytellers, an irresistible subject, and its appeal is not difficult to understand. It is a building that does one thing, shines a light in the dark, and that single function has generated more metaphorical freight than almost any other structure in the built environment. Guidance, isolation, hope, endurance, the border between safety and danger, the persistence of the human will against elemental forces, the lighthouse offers all of these, neatly packaged in a photogenic tower on a dramatic headland, and literature has never been able to leave it alone. Virginia Woolf's To the Lighthouse, published in 1927, is the most celebrated literary treatment of the subject, and it is notable for the fact that the lighthouse in it is less a physical structure than an emotional and philosophical object, a destination planned and deferred, a symbol of aspiration and loss, a fixed point against which the passage of time and the dissolution of a family are measured. The Ramsay family's planned trip to the lighthouse, postponed in the novel's first section and completed in its third, becomes a meditation on memory, mortality, and the gap between intention and fulfillment. Woolf's lighthouse is not a specific lighthouse, though the setting draws on the Godrevy Lighthouse in Cornwall, visible from the Woolf family's holiday home at St Ives, but a universal one, stripped of its engineering specifics and elevated to pure symbol. It is the lighthouse as idea, not as infrastructure, and Woolf's use of it demonstrates how completely the structure had entered the vocabulary of metaphor by the early 20th century. Robert Louis Stevenson's relationship with lighthouses was more intimate and more ambivalent. He was, as we have noted, the product of a lighthouse engineering dynasty, the grandson of Robert Stevenson, the nephew of Alan and David Stevenson, the son of Thomas Stevenson, and he grew up surrounded by the profession he was expected to enter. His early essays include vivid descriptions of lighthouse visits, of storm-battered rock stations, of the engineering genius and the human cost of his family's work. He studied engineering at Edinburgh. He accompanied his father on inspection tours, and then he chose to write novels instead, producing Treasure Island, Kidnapped, and Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde works that made him one of the most famous writers in the English language and that have nothing whatsoever to do with lighthouses, which is either a rejection of the family tradition or the most elaborate act of filial rebellion in literary history. Stevenson grew up among lighthouse builders and chose to write about other kinds of islands. The lighthouses, for their part, continued standing after the novels were published, which is more than can be said for most literary reputations. Edgar Allan Poe began but never finished a story set in a lighthouse, a fragment known as The Lighthouse, found among his papers after his death in 1849. It consists of a journal entry by a man who has just taken up the position of keeper at a lighthouse, described as the loneliest in the world. The fragment breaks off after a few pages, and we will never know what Poe intended, whether the story would have become a tale of supernatural horror, the lighthouse being, after all, the perfect setting for Poe's brand of claustrophobic terror, a psychological study of isolation, or something else entirely. The unfinished story has become, in a way, its own lighthouse metaphor, a light that was never quite lit, a story that begins and does not end, a beam that sweeps once across the page and then goes dark. Edward Hopper painted Lighthouses, the lighthouse at two lights, light at two lights with the same sharp, lonely clarity he brought to his diners and hotel rooms, rendering the lighthouse not as a romantic symbol, but as a stark geometric fact standing against the sky, inhabited by the same distinctive American solitude that pervades all his work. The lighthouse in Hopper is not calling anyone home. It is simply standing there, existing in the light alone. The folklore of lighthouses is rich, predictable, and resistant to verification. Ghost stories attach themselves to lighthouses the way barnacles attach to hulls, inevitably, stubbornly, and with no encouragement necessary. Phantom keepers, ghost lights, spectral figures on galleries, unexplained sounds in empty towers. Every lighthouse of any age or reputation has its ghost story, and most of these stories follow a common pattern. A keeper died at the station by accident, by storm, by madness, by murder, and their spirit continues the watch, climbing the stairs, tending the light, refusing to leave the post that death itself could not excuse them from. These stories are rarely supported by evidence and are always supported by atmosphere. A lighthouse on a foggy night is, by any objective assessment, an exceptionally good setting for a ghost story, and the human imagination, confronted with a dark tower on an empty headland, will reliably produce one. The ghosts are not real, the towers are, and the towers, standing in the dark, making their slow revolutions of light, are haunted enough by history without the addition of invented spectres. XX. The lighthouse and the chart. A lighthouse without a chart is a light without a name. This is not merely a metaphor, it is a navigational fact. The usefulness of a lighthouse to a mariner depends not just on the light being visible, but on the mariner being able to identify which lighthouse is producing that light, which in turn depends on two things: the lighthouse's unique flash pattern and the mariner's access to a publication that catalogues every flash pattern on the coast. Without both, the light on the horizon is merely a light promising, reassuring, but ultimately uninformative about the mariner's actual position. The relationship between lighthouses and charts, between beams of light and printed catalogues, between the physical tower on the headland and the entry in the light list, is one of the most important and least glamorous aspects of the lighthouse story. Every lighthouse has a character, a unique pattern of flashes, eclipses, and steady intervals that distinguishes it from every other lighthouse visible from the same waters. One lighthouse might flash once every 10 seconds. Another might produce 2 flashes in quick succession every 15 seconds. A third might show a steady light interrupted by a single eclipse every 20 seconds. The permutations are nearly endless, and they need to be, because on a busy coast, a mariner looking at the horizon might see multiple lights simultaneously and must be able to determine, from the pattern of each, which lighthouse is which and therefore where he is. A misidentification confusing a light that marks the entrance to a safe harbour with a light that marks a dangerous headland, for instance, could be fatal, and such misidentifications did occur, particularly before the standardization of light characters and the widespread distribution of accurate light lists. Light lists published catalogues of every navigational light on a given coast, with its position, character, range, height, and any other identifying information were produced by the maritime authorities of every seafaring nation. The British Admiralty published its light lists. The United States Lighthouse Board and its successors published the light list. France published its own. These were not exciting documents. They were columns of data. Lighthouse name, latitude and longitude. Light character, for example, FLW10S, a white flash every 10 seconds, height above sea level. Nominal range in nautical miles, structural description. But they were essential. They were the Rosetta Stone that converted the visible light on the horizon into a specific, named position on the chart. Without them, the lighthouse system would have been a constellation of anonymous, indistinguishable points of light, each one bright and each one useless. The colour of lights added another layer of encoded information. Most major lighthouses showed white light, but many used red or green sectors portions of the light's arc that were filtered to show a different colour to indicate specific navigational information. A white light visible from one direction might appear red when viewed from another, warning the mariner that she had strayed into a danger sector water that contained rocks, shoals, or other hazards. Green sectors might indicate the safe channel. The sea was made legible not by marking the water you cannot paint a sign on the ocean, but by marking the land with lights whose colours and patterns encoded the information that the mariner needed to navigate safely. It was a language, written in light, read by every navigator who had studied the light list and understood the code. And like all languages, it was useless to those who could not read it, which is why the light list was among the most important documents aboard any vessel, and why its loss or absence could turn a coast full of helpful lighthouses into a coast full of mysterious, unidentifiable, and potentially misleading lights. XI. The lightships and the floating stations. There were places where lighthouses needed to stand, but could not, where the water was too deep, the seabed too soft, the distance from any foundation too great, for even the most audacious engineer to propose a tower. At these locations, the maritime authorities of the world deployed a compromise that was, by any honest assessment, miserable for everyone involved: the lightship. A lightship was a vessel, usually a sturdy, flat-bottomed ship with a lantern mast, a fog signal, and a heavy anchor stationed permanently at a fixed position in the sea, serving as a floating lighthouse for as long as weather and anchor chain permitted. They were effective. they were necessary. And they were, for the crews who manned them, among the most unpleasant postings in the maritime service. The first lightship was stationed at the Nore, in the Thames estuary, in 1732, and the concept spread rapidly to other locations where fixed structures were impractical. The Goodwin Sands, Diamond Shoal off Cape Hatteras, the Ambrose Channel into New York Harbour, the approaches to the major European ports all were served, at various times, by lightships anchored in positions that no tower could occupy. The ships themselves were designed for stability rather than speed or comfort, which meant they rolled atrociously in any kind of sea. Seasickness among lightship crews was not an occasional inconvenience but a chronic condition, particularly among new crewmen who had not yet adjusted to the relentless, corkscrew motion of a vessel designed to stay in one place while the sea moved around it in every direction. The crews lived aboard for weeks at a stretch, maintaining the light, operating the fog signal, and enduring a particular combination of isolation and physical misery that made even rock station lighthouse keeping seem attractive by comparison. The great irony of the lightship service was that the vessels were themselves at risk from the same hazards they existed to mark. Lightships were dragged off station by storms with alarming regularity, their anchor chains parting under the strain of wind and current, leaving the ship adrift and the hazard it marked suddenly unlit. Worse, lightships were occasionally struck by the very ships they were trying to warn vessels that, having sighted the lightship's light and identified it correctly, failed to alter course sufficiently and collided with the floating station they were supposed to be avoiding. Several lightships were sunk by collision over the years, and the crews lost in these incidents died in a particularly cruel inversion of the lightship's purpose, killed by the traffic they were employed to guide. The Nantucket lightship, stationed on the approaches to New York, was rammed and sunk by the ocean liner RMS Olympic, sister ship of the Titanic, in 1934, killing 7 of the 11 lightship crew. The Olympic's officers had spotted the lightship, correctly identified it, and steered toward it in fog, a decision that was understandable in navigational terms but fatal in its execution. The lightship era ended gradually, as engineering advances made it possible to build fixed structures, large navigation buoys, offshore platforms, Texas towers in locations that had previously been served by floating stations. The last US lightship was withdrawn from service in 1985. Several former lightships survive as museum ships, their lantern masts silent, their anchor chains hauled in for the last time, their cabins open to visitors who can walk through the cramped quarters and imagine, with greater or lesser accuracy, what it felt like to live aboard a rolling, pitching, seasickness-inducing vessel anchored in the shipping lane, responsible for a light and a fog signal. Watching the ships pass in the night, and knowing that any one of them might, in the fog, find the lightship before the lightship found it. X6I. The vanishing of the Flannan Isles keepers, December 1900. On the 26th of December 1900, the steamer Hesperus arrived at the Flannan Isles, a small, remote group of islands in the Outer Hebrides, about 20 miles west of the Isle of Lewis, to deliver relief to the lighthouse there. The relief keeper, Joseph Moore, went ashore and found the lighthouse deserted. The lamp was not lit. The clock had stopped. The beds were unmade. 2 sets of oilskins were missing from their hooks. The third set was still hanging where it should be. The entrance gate and the outer door of the compound were closed. The door to the lighthouse itself was unlocked. In the kitchen, a meal appeared to have been prepared but not eaten, or partially eaten, depending on which account you read. The 3 keepers who should have been on duty, Thomas Marshall, the principal keeper, James Ducat, an experienced occasional keeper, and Donald MacArthur, a relief keeper, were gone. They were never found. The official investigation, conducted by Robert Muirhead, the superintendent of the Northern Lighthouse Board, concluded that the 3 men had been swept away by a freak wave while attempting to secure equipment at the island's western landing stage during a severe storm. The evidence for this conclusion was circumstantial but not unreasonable. The western landing was found damaged by wave action. Ropes and equipment, normally stored above the high water mark, had been displaced, and the weather in the days preceding the discovery of the empty lighthouse had been, by all available reports, severe. The 2 missing sets of oilskins suggested that 2 of the men had gone out in storm gear, The third missing man, whose oilskins were still on their hook, was hypothesized to have rushed out without his gear in response to some emergency, perhaps seeing his colleagues in danger from the landing. The gaps in this account have sustained over a century of speculation. Why would experienced keepers venture to the exposed western landing during a storm, when lighthouse regulations explicitly forbade all three keepers from leaving the station simultaneously? Why was the third man without his oilskins? Would an experienced keeper, trained in the protocols of isolated station duty, really run out into a North Atlantic gale without his protective gear? Could a wave powerful enough to sweep 3 men from the island also have left the lighthouse itself undamaged and the door unlocked? The questions multiply, and the sea offers no answers. Theories have ranged from the plausible and abnormal wave or series of waves catching the men off guard to the fanciful murder, madness, sea creatures, alien abduction to the pseudo-scholarly psychological breakdown, quarrel turned violent, suicide pact. None of these alternatives has evidence to support it. The official account has evidence, but the evidence has gaps, and the gaps have become, over time, more famous than the explanation. The Flannan Isles mystery endures not because it is genuinely inexplicable. The most likely explanation, that the 3 men were killed by the sea in circumstances that happen to leave an ambiguous scene behind them, is both the simplest and the most consistent with the known facts, but because it crystallizes something essential about the lighthouse and the sea. 3 men walked out of a lighthouse and did not come back, and no one saw what happened, and the sea did not explain, and the lighthouse continued to stand, empty and dark, until help arrived. It is the lighthouse story reduced to its most fundamental elements. The tower, the keepers, the sea, and the silence that follows when the keepers are gone and the sea has nothing to say. The door was open. The light was out. The table was set for a meal that was never finished. And somewhere in the North Atlantic, in the darkness between the Flannan Isles and the open ocean, 3 men passed from history into legend, and the lighthouse that they were supposed to be tending became the most famous lighthouse in the world, not for its light, but for its absence. XCC, the automation and the emptying of the towers. The keepers were removed because machines could do their job. This is the bald truth of lighthouse automation, and there is no use dressing it in sentimentality. Although sentimentality has been liberally applied to the subject by writers and filmmakers and heritage organizations with varying degrees of sincerity, the introduction of electric lamps, automated rotation mechanisms, photovoltaic cells, remote monitoring systems, and eventually solar-powered LED arrays made it possible to operate a lighthouse without a human being present. And once it was possible, it was inevitable, because maintaining a human being on a remote station is expensive and maintaining a machine is cheaper, and the organizations that operated lighthouses were not charities but public bodies accountable for the efficient use of funds. The process was gradual and global. In the United States, the Lighthouse Automation and Modernization Program, LAMP, begun in the 1960s, systematically removed keepers from stations across the country, replacing them with automated systems that could run unattended for months or years, monitored remotely by Coast Guard personnel who could dispatch maintenance crews when the automated systems flagged a fault. The last staffed lighthouse in the United States was Boston Light, which retained a keeper until 1998, a decision influenced as much by the station's historical significance as by any operational necessity. In the United Kingdom, North Foreland Lighthouse, on the Kent coast, was the last to be automated, also in 1998. In France, in Canada, in Australia, in Scandinavia, in every nation that had built and maintained a lighthouse network, the same transition occurred, at different speeds but with the same outcome. The towers were emptied of their human inhabitants and left to operate alone, their lights flashing on schedule, their fog signals sounding when sensors detected reduced visibility, their machinery maintained by visiting technicians rather than by resident keepers. The gain in reliability was real. Automated systems do not fall asleep. They do not get sick. They do not go mad from isolation. They do not require food, clothing, fresh water, fuel for heating, or periodic relief by boat. They do not have families that must be housed and supplied. They do not drink, quarrel, or forget to wind the clockwork. They are, in every measurable operational sense, superior to human keepers for the straightforward task of maintaining a navigational light, and the lighthouse authorities of the world, having measured and considered, chose the superior option. This is not villainy. It is engineering pragmatism applied to a problem that engineering had created. If the light could be automated, why would you not automate it? The loss was harder to name, and naming it risks the sentimentality that the keepers themselves, practical, laconic, unromantic people for the most part, would probably have found embarrassing. But something left the lighthouses when the keepers did. Call it presence, call it witness, call it the human quality of a building that was not merely functional but inhabited a home as well as a machine, a place where someone lived and cooked and slept and watched the weather and noted the ships and felt the tower sway in a gale and knew, in a way that no sensor array can know, what the night was like outside the glass. The automated lighthouse flashes with the same precision, the same rhythm, the same reliability as the manned lighthouse, but it does not breathe, it does not watch, it does not stand in the gallery at dawn and assess the sky. It does not write in the logbook 0200, light burning well, wind SW force 5, sea moderate, no vessels sighted. It does not note, in the margins, that the sunset was unusual, or that a pod of whales passed the tower at dusk, or that the relief boat is 3 days overdue and the supplies are running low. It does what it was built to do, and it does it well, and the sea does not notice the difference. But the towers, somehow, feel different without their keepers. They still flash, they no longer breathe. XXIV. Decay and preservation. When a lighthouse ceases to be a working navigational aid, it becomes something else. And what it becomes depends on who cares about it and how much money they have. Some decommissioned lighthouses have been sold to private buyers and converted into vacation rentals, bed and breakfasts, or private residences, a transformation that would strike a Victorian lighthouse keeper as either wildly amusing or deeply offensive depending on temperament. The idea that anyone would pay money to stay in a lighthouse, voluntarily, for pleasure, when the keeper spent years trying to get off the rock and back to civilization, is an irony that the heritage industry has embraced without apparent discomfort. Other lighthouses have been transformed into museums, their lantern rooms open to the public, their keepers' quarters restored to period accuracy, their stories told by volunteer guides who know the history and love the tower, and understand that what they are preserving is not just a building but a way of life that has otherwise vanished. Some lighthouses have been less fortunate. Towers on eroding cliffs have been lost to the sea they once watched over, their foundations undermined by the same geological processes that made the cliff a good site for a lighthouse in the first place prominent, elevated, visible from the water, and a poor site for a permanent structure. Towers in remote locations, where access is difficult and maintenance is expensive, have been left to the elements, their whitewash flaking, their lantern room glass cracked, their ironwork rusting, their interiors colonized by seabirds and weather. The tension between heritage value and maintenance cost is real and ongoing. There are more decommissioned lighthouses in the world than any heritage organization can afford to maintain. And the decision about which towers to save and which to let crumble is made, as most decisions about historical preservation are made, by a combination of emotional attachment, political influence, available funding, and sheer chance. Preservation societies, volunteer organizations, local historical societies, national heritage trusts fight to save the towers that governments have deemed surplus to operational requirements. They raise funds, organize repair campaigns, apply for grants, lobby politicians, and perform the unglamorous work of keeping standing a structure that has no economic function and whose survival depends entirely on the willingness of living people to invest time and money in the memory of dead ones. It is, in a sense, the most human of activities, the decision to preserve something not because it is useful but because it matters, not because it serves a practical purpose, but because it serves a purpose that is harder to articulate and no less real. A decommissioned lighthouse is a building designed for function that has become a monument when its function was taken away. It exists now on affection rather than necessity, on memory rather than commerce, on the insistence of people who looked at the tower and decided it should not be allowed to fall. The keepers are gone. The light is automated or extinguished. The fog signal is silent. But the tower stands, and someone, somewhere, is raising money to keep the roof from leaking. Because the alternative, another empty headland where a lighthouse used to be, is a loss that cannot be measured in the same currency that built the lighthouse in the first place.